see, it's all a facade. They say it's warming, but who's playing God? Voices loud in a silent masquerade. Truth buried deep beneath the charade. Look above, what do you spy? Silver streaks crisscrossing the sky. Whispers of doom falling like rain. Chemicals dance coursing through our veins. Freedom, 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 freedom. Together the nations conspire. Secrets they weave, tangled in wire. But we'll dance on the edge of their lives, living free under open skies. Freedom, 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 freedom. Don't fear the shadow, don't fear the night. Arm in arm, we'll stand up and fight. A world united under their gaze. We'll find our peace in the old ways. Freedom, 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 freedom. Throw off the chains of worry and doubt. Help one another, that's what life's about. In unity, our spirits revive. Through love and laughter, we truly thrive. Together, the nations conspire. Secrets they weave, tangled in wire. But we'll dance on the edge of their lives, living free under open skies. Freedom.
So, they had the WF Davos thing. We covered it. That's when the people who really run the world all come together at Davos, Switzerland. They all come together. They all fly their private jets in there and tell you how they're going to fix climate change, right? And so here's one of the most, so this guy, Boring Business, tweeted out, one of the most significant moments from the Trump Davos speech was when he said the quiet part out loud.
I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And
the reason why house values have gone up tremendously is because of the devaluation of the dollar. That's why, because the dollar buys less than it ever did, and that's why housing costs way more than it did in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Because
Also,
when you print $1 trillion every 3 months, it devalues the buying power of the dollars that are already in circulation. So it's a hidden tax. It's a hidden inflation. When they keep printing money, it's inflation and a hidden tax on the money you already earned is now worth less. Not worthless, but it's worth a lot less. And that's why houses cost so much. That's one reason. The second reason is they won't build enough housing.
There you go. It's supposed to be a consumer item, not an investment. And how do you make investment go up? By not scarcity.
That's right.
By scarcity.
So, all right, here we go. And they also allow billionaires from China and other countries to buy up our housing, which is illegal in a lot of other countries. They don't let foreigners buy housing in their country, which is something we should do in the United States. And you would see the price of housing come down. But of course, the real estate lobby has a stranglehold on local municipalities and and they want foreign billionaires to be able to buy housing in the United States, which artificially drives up prices. Also, they have places like BlackRock buying up houses, selling them buying a house for $300,000 and then selling it to themselves for $700,000, artificially inflating. So there's lots of reasons for that, and those are three of the big ones. Trump doesn't address any of them.
Good.
So, but here's what he says.
People have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house who, for the first time in their lives, are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to,
or in the regular blue-collar neighborhood here in Los Angeles, $1 million.
Yeah, what are the property taxes on a house that high?
A house in blue-collar neighborhood, Pasadena, where I lived for 10, 15 years, the houses there, blue-collar people, those houses are $1 million for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. $1 million. Just so you like, so it's not just, I'm talking about Los Angeles, New York, other places, San Francisco, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. $1 million. Just to let you know. That's
incentive to sell to a large corporation, isn't it then? Because the property taxes alone would be a pain in the ass, wouldn't they?
That's right.
Oh, so no one should have a house event. Thanks, Trump. Wow, we did great.
So this is part of the you'll own nothing and be happy.
We're going to end all of that. I have been a builder my entire life. I understand the problem, and I will fix it. I know how to fix it. Nobody else is going to figure it out. My objective will be to cut the cost of building a new home by 30 to 50%, and much of it is regulation. New tracts of federal land for large-scale housing construction so that we can get housing on the market. About 18% of all land in Arizona is owned by the Bureau of Land Mismanagement. It's actually mismanagement. But the stock market's the highest. How is John Deere stock doing, Greg? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone, I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich. Me, I just keep working. I made a lot of people rich. I made a lot of people rich that I don't even like. I got a lot of people that I don't like at all, and I've doubled their net worth.
Yes, I'm concerned, and I said that I think we're in a very sensitive situation, and I think the last thing we need right now is elections. We'll have elections later on this year, but I think it's a mistake to have them now. And I hope that people understand that and act sensibly.
I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Preddy, but I don't. I don't. Do you know why I wasn't shot by Border Patrol this weekend? Because I kept my ass inside and out of their operations.
my reading list is quite long. I'm not telling you what I'm reading right now, but it's also about the history of different regions. So by the end, when I finish this job, I will be very smart. But anyway.
В западных элитах очень сильно желание заморозить существующее положение, несправедливое положение вещей в международных делах. Они привыкли столетиями набивать брюхо человеческой плотью, а карманы деньгами. Но они должны понять, что бал вампиров заканчивается.
Hello, 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 folks. My camera is off center. You can see the door of my little shed. Hold on. God damn it! I could have done this earlier, but I had a few things planned before the show tonight, like lighting a fire. Best laid plans of mice and men and all that. Oh dear. That's not good at all. Well, you can see me, and that's good enough. How are you all out there in the chat? We have 420, Saoirse, Patrick, No Jab, Incorruptible something, and Chuck McNorris. Good to see you all tonight. It is Sunday and not Saturday. That's all on me. I decided that it's just not going to happen. Wasn't going to happen. Not with the Epstein file dump. Space Ghetto. I knew I forgot someone. And he's showing off saying, I just got the range lit. Good for you. I'm going to be chilly for the next few hours. Good for you. You know what? I'm liking it. By the way, happy in bulk, everyone. Or St. Bridget's Day, however you celebrate it. It's all the same, a sacred day. I can definitely feel the spring in the air. It's fantastic. The clear skies, the extra bit of warmth in the sun, and I don't need to run the range as long as I used to. But as they say, don't shed a clout until May is out. Whew. Okay, this is a haphazard graphic overlay I made of County Gains, only because days after Morgan's public announcement that he will no longer be on the a permanent fixture on the anti-broadcast, guess who subscribed to the anti-broadcast? It's bizarre. Of course, when he says County Gains makes Ireland's best thumbnails, yeah, that's a lot of his success right there. He has figured out how to do it, and volume helps him as well. And that, he's also pretty good at he can fucking hold his own and talk about issues. Fair play to him. Nice to see Earthlink Records out there in the chat. Nice to have you all aboard. It's going to be training wheels time here tonight, because this is new for me, doing a show on my own. It will take a few weeks to settle into a new groove. I know for sure that I won't be able to do a kind of show that we did with Morgan. So we'll just have to kind of write it out, see what happens, see what comes of it. But yeah, good old County Gains. Yeah, this is how you do thumbnails. You know, you get yourself a freeze frame of 4K, a shocked image, a variety of shocked images, you know, to suit the tone of the video or the message you want to get out there. Just pop that next to whatever else is in your thumbnail. It's good job. It's a good job. Very high quality images as well. You could see that they're not just freeze frames from his videos, but actual photos that he preordained. You know, I don't know. I just find him funny. And I need a bit of a laugh because, boy, it's dark out there, guys. We have Epstein. Wow, a new dump from the DOJ. 3 times a day, yeah, that's it. 420, 3 times a day. That's what it takes. It takes the fucking grind to get anywhere on this platform. Wow. So we have, what is it? 100 million separate files dropped by the DOJ last week. People are still reeling from it. People are still finding new things in it. The first things to come out were, would you believe, Bill Gates attempting to drug his wife, allegedly, according to Jeffrey Epstein. But you know, I think we can kind of take his word for. We can take it seriously when he says something. It means that he had that information in his back pocket. And then we have Bono, who allegedly has been assaulting children in Africa. And from our intro video there, you can see, you know, he liked his European children as well. I think those were children. I did the necessary pixelating of their more tender areas to protect their modesty, because they do actually look like fucking teenagers to me. Who else was it that got named early on? Elon Musk begging to go to the wildest party at Little St. James. Is that what the island is called? Now, see, I'm just cycling through these now because there are just these data points that everyone knows by now. And if you don't know them by now, you can look them up. I'm not spending much time on them because many other people have done so. County Gains is reading the files now, Chuck McNorris said in the chat. Yeah, I'm sure he is. I've seen, when I was looking for those thumbnails to make this overlay, I saw that, yeah, he did touch on the Epstein files, and so should he, you know? It's just, there's a lot of work to be done in those files because, like I said, there's tens of millions of the fucking things, and that's just this batch that came out this week. There were 2 other payloads that came out over the past 6 months, was it? And it's just mostly nonsense. There's no narrative to it. There's no structure. Someone likened it to when you see one of those law firm TV shows or something where they want to waste the time of the opposing counsel, and the opposing counsel wants discovery, which is, all of the information that the other side has. So they just bring a truck along and dump hundreds of boxes of just nonsense, so that then the opposing counsel has to go through all of that just to find a needle in the haystack. Now, a lot of people would kind of put that down to maliciousness. I don't necessarily think so. What is malicious is the inconsistent redacting of this, that, or the other. There's a few things in there that we don't know because it's redacted. It could be mind-blowing stuff, very harmful stuff to certain people close to the DOJ that received a little bit of a favor and had their communications with Epstein anonymized. But I think it's also just to add smokescreen, make it harder for people to understand what is going on in those files. The fact that there's a sheer number of them is not malicious in itself, I don't think anyway, because they're not going to sit down and ask themselves, okay, what do the public want to see? And then put that in a neat little narrative, a neat little structure. They're just going to say, okay, take everything we have, everything that was tangentially related to the case, as well as the Ghislaine Maxwell case, just throw that out there on the DOJ website. County Gaines wants to fight you behind Spar. Yeah, not a fucking chance, man. That dude will flatten me in a second. There's no imagining going on in my head. Don't worry about that. I'm going to remove County Gaines because the joke is well played out at this stage. I just thought it was cool that he subscribed to the channel. I think that's nice. I think maybe he discovered that we are friends after all. So it's going to be difficult parsing the Jeffrey Epstein files. Next to impossible, really. But there are interesting things in there. And there was a bit of a surprise, I guess, that Ireland was mentioned there, certain Irish connections. There's one of many claims of abuse that the FBI recorded, and either they followed up or they didn't follow up. It's just a mess, like I said, of various different documents. One type of document in there is this woman or young woman came and told us this and that. One of those is a young girl was trafficked to France and then to Ireland to service politicians and notable people, I think is the term that was used. And this was taken as proof positive. This means something. However, nothing that we are told tells us that this woman's claims were looked into. So this is what we need to do, guys, is take everything we see there with a grain of salt. Uh, 420 said, for the record, I'm still in a feud with him being County Gains. I don't know. What would solve this feud? Ah, Bono. That's another name. Oh yeah, no wait, I mentioned Bono, didn't I? Yeah. From what I hear, there's a lot of mentions of Bono in those files. Actually, let me see, because you can search the Department of Justice data dump. I will drop the link into the chat if you want to take a look yourself. 420 wants an apology from County Gains. I would like an apology from County Gains as well for getting our fucking channel struck. And for his friend threatening us with violence. That would be nice, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm attempting to take the high road here. Okay. So it's not a perfect database, you know, but we can search, let's say Bono, and we have 623 results. A lot of those are going to be duplicates because since emails are sent back and forth between people, they are copying the same emails but from different email inboxes that they got the right to search. I see Ulysses out there in the chat. Now you'll see data set. So let's let's explain how this works, right? You have DOJ disclosures here on that page. That's where you want to go if you want to see the latest of the DOJ disclosures. And you want to start from data set 9. The first two data sets are just fucking boring, inconsequential court documents regarding Ghislaine Maxwell, regarding the investigation into Epstein's death. By the way, on that note, they think he killed himself. So go figure. I guess certain people were paid off to take the dive. The security guards on that shift at the time were told, hey, look, you know, just say you didn't run this check and you didn't run that check. I don't know how they explained the cameras being off. Didn't read that far into it. But they had to take the dive. You know, if Epstein didn't kill himself, maybe he did kill himself. Who knows? There was an incident prior, let's say a day or two earlier, where he was found not responsive, had some kind of red fabric around his neck. I guess he tried to hang himself, or maybe his cellmate tried to hang him, you know? His cellmate, who then reported that he found Epstein hanging. you'd imagine that you'd ask for help before the person hung themselves. I don't know. It's very close quarters. I don't see how you could hang yourself and your cellmate doesn't know that you're like flapping around and such. So it's a mystery. I don't know what to believe myself. I've been reading this user's name completely wrong for months. Or is there someone in the chat called Ulysses? Anyway, oh jeez, my command of Irish is dog shit. But they say that he is alive. He thinks. 420 says different ears on the cadaver. I remember that one. He has a death switch that would incriminate all of them. Hmm. Hmm. You would imagine, right? You would imagine that someone in that position, having already been caught for some kind of abuse. I forget what he was charged with back in, what was it, 2008, and then kind of got let off. You'd think that he would consider himself on the clock, that he's on borrowed time. Although he did pretty much, he resumed his lifestyle and his financier operations within 2 or 3 years after that whole thing was settled. So, but at the same time, you would think, hey, maybe build some precautions into things. Make sure that if you are caught and it's inescapable, you can't sweep it away. That you can get disappeared and go to some kind of island and enjoy the rest of your life in obscurity. However, where would he go? He's a very distinct looking man, although he has kind of looked more generic as he aged. He still carries that distinctive look that he had in his 30s, and I like, where would you go where you're not recognized? Maybe there's an island. As a Quantum of Conscience on YouTube. Great guy, interesting, weirdo. If you want really weird musings on conspiracy theory and what reality is made of, check out Quantum of Conscience. He has a saying. It's from the B-52 song, "My Own Private Idaho." He reckons that certain people don't die. They just go to their own private Idaho. Morgan on the show has said a few times that he's not convinced that Charlie Kirk is dead, that he could have gone to this island off of New Zealand called Valhalla. Maybe that's what happens. Maybe a lot of these guys fake their deaths, and there's just this island full of the rich and powerful. No Jab here says he's wandering around Israel. No need to hide. who knows? Who knows? All we have is what he's left behind, which is his treasure trove of communications with other powerful people. Now, what concerned me the most, and this was tweeted by Mick O'Keefe on Twitter. A few emails going back and forth between Epstein, a few interesting folks. I'll call up their names here. I have the relevant documents downloaded here. Actually, you know what? I'll share them. That way we can all read them. So this is the first one that the first email that came to people's attention regarding Ireland. To Jeffrey Epstein from David Mitchell. Now, David Mitchell, just refresh my memory here. I could have been more organized. All right, so he's an unknown. He's sourced a deal with other individuals here. He's trying to connect. He's connected to Freshwater family. I have yet to look into these guys. He is basically the facilitator between Jeffrey Epstein and these other entities. Dear Jeffrey, working with Todd and Guggenheim on AIB in Dublin for the last 3 months. I mentioned to you previously, but now it has gotten more serious. My partner Joel set it up as his partners in the UK. The Freshwater family is close with AIB. Todd has taken control of the deal at our behest, as he has the banking and balance sheet credibility. Okay, who's Joel? I can't actually tell you who Joel is. However, Guggenheim, I have notes on somewhere. No, I don't. We'll have to circle back to that. So this does look sinister. It looks criminal, right? It worries one. All right. The date of this is 2011. Now, this is, as Mick O'Keefe on Twitter pointed out, this is the year after AIB was nationalized following the 2008 crash. And this is our friend David Mitchell trying to make connections between people. Let's bring up the next one. Okay, we have an interesting player coming into the deal. Joel Evans. Is that who it is? Let me read the chat here a second. There is 2 emails with Epstein saying he wanted to send out thousands of fake email messages to cover for himself and his partners. He was forced to do so because of Assange and WikiLeaks. Okay, I would like to see more about that. So now we have a follow-up email later in 2011. Can we get together with Todd again and to speak about my AIB deal and Peter? All right, so David Mitchell says to Jeffrey, third party. It's hard to tell who's talking to who. Can we get in touch with my friend Jeffrey to speak about bringing Peter into the Irish situation? Now, this is David Mitchell speaking to Peter Mandelson. Anyone familiar with British politics will recognize Peter Mandelson as a former UK minister and now financier. How do you say? What's that job that politicians get when they're done being politicians and the public are sick of looking at them, and they, for hire, they will guide people through the maze of red tape and show the ins and outs of legislation, tax codes, etc. So here you have a coalition of bloodsuckers coming along to carve up the assets of AIB, the assets of, mentioned in another email, golf courses and golf clubs in distress following the crash. You have a lot of this wheeling and dealing going on to, they smell blood in the water, basically. A country cannot go into such a depth of a crisis that Ireland was in 2008 and not have these vultures circling around to pick up the loose ends, make money off them. This has been the story of Ireland since. This is when you hear people talking about foreign investment firms buying up large chunks of real estate in Ireland, companies, etc., buying debt. This is just a manifestation of it. And this is why we need to be careful about the Epstein files, because we can look at these things and think, oh, deep, dark, sinister conspiracy. This must have something to do with eating children. And I'm not going to tell you that that doesn't happen, because we'll take a look at things that suggest that maybe it does. However, what we just read there, or what I just showed you, which you can find yourself on the DOJ website, is all above board. It's all completely legal. There's absolutely nothing wrong with what these men have done in a legal sense. See, this is the world that we all, you and I, since we turned 18, have been voting for on a daily basis with our actions, not just in the voting booth. It's the world that we allowed to come to be, where our own country is a platform, is a mere tax and financial and regulatory realm that just needs to be negotiated and taken advantage of. We've abdicated our right to our own country as a living, breathing unit, a piece of land with people on it who want a better life. We just threw that away for transient base desires. I'm sorry to say it. We live in a world now of Netflix and fucking fast food deliveries and internet and scrolling and all this junk. And the only time that we seem to get off our asses and try to do something about the direction that things have gone in is when the consequences come to our personal front door. We've abandoned God. We've abandoned the gods, whatever your spirituality may be. We have abandoned nature. When we go out in it now, it's kind of an Americanized relationship. You know, we don't go walking anymore. We go hiking, and we walk along these pre-made fucking trails, which are nice. You know, that kind of river walk, wild Atlantic way kind of setup that people are doing. You know, making a continuous path all along the the shoreline of Ireland that conceivably, if you wanted and you had the time and energy, you could walk or cycle the whole distance without leaving a path. You know, just occasionally crossing a road. That's nice. You know, I'm not saying it isn't. It's just a very McDonald's kind of version of relating with reality and nature. This is the way that we've chosen to live. So we can hardly look at these documents and say, oh, jeez, evil, evil people doing completely legal things. How dare they? You know, it's like you hunt for big game and you bring it home and you butcher it, and then you just leave the meat outside to rot. You know, you don't salt it, you don't preserve it in any way. And the vultures come and you're opening your window and screaming at the vultures, hey, get the fuck off my meat. And they're vultures. They're carrion. They're scavengers. That's what they do. We've abandoned Ireland. How dare we be uppity about it? If we want to keep it, maybe, I don't know, we should possess it. I'm just catching up with the chat because honestly, you know, you all have very interesting things to share. I'm going to keep struggling to pronounce this guy's name, but I just seen an image of Mandelson that would raise a few eyebrows. Trump said he never dealt with Mandelson, even though Mandelson was the British rep for the US. Yep. Yeah, just like Trump said that he never had anything to do with Epstein. Now, you know, he met him once and decided, oh, that guy's a creep. I'm not having anything to do with him anymore. When I'm sorry, you know, we have credible evidence to say that Trump was just deep in bed as any of the others. I made an oopsie. I was supposed to have there we go. I was supposed to bring up an important image. I'll find it again. I just need to scroll a few days back in this person's timeline. There we go. That's exactly what we want. You know, this idea that Trump is an outsider, you know, he's not a part of the system or anything. So he, has nothing to lose by taking down the deep state, draining the swamp, that shit. Mikhail Gorbachev shaking hands with Donald Trump before breakfast at the US State Department, 1987. Dude's been around forever. He's been a part of the deep state forever. And there's not necessarily anything wrong with either of these men or, the meeting. There wasn't anything particularly sinister about that. It's just an honest demonstration of who this man is and how long he's been around. He all got. So did I for the first year or two back in 2016 when Trump came on the scene. It's okay to be fooled, but it's not okay to ignore all the fucking signs. And he's given us plenty of them. Frank Barron in the chat says ads on YouTube channels about Tacoma golf clubs. I'll never buy their crap. I'm not really into golf clubs. How are you getting ads about golf clubs? What does Google know about you? Do you like your golf, buddy? Dennis Carr would only allow people over the age of 30 to vote. I would agree. Saoirse says there are babies being born specifically for these monstrous rapists. Babies are sold by women who know what will happen. Money. Saw an underground video of it from Poland. I would be very cautious about the things that I hear and the things that I see. However, personally, I think that and darker may just be going on. I don't want to fly through my content, but it always happens. But just keeping with the tempo, we have this 2009 article from the Kiev Post. Pedophiles find Ukraine a good place to roam. This fucking disturbs me. 2009, keep that date in mind. Nobody knows the depth of the problem, but this nation is seen as a hotbed of child pornography and sexual abuse. Pedophiles roam where they can sexually abuse children with impunity. Unfortunately, Ukraine, with its lax law enforcement, slack economy, shaky economy, and endemic corruption, may provide just the haven they seek. It's very widespread, said Valid Harfuch. I hope I pronounced that right. Publisher of Kiev's Paparazzi magazine and a leading socialite. The depth of the problem, however, is hard to gauge. From time to time, stories emerge hint at strong appetite among adults, including some members of the nation's political elite, for sex with children. One story that got recent publicity involved an investigation into a rumored sexual relationship between a Kiev city official and a teenage girl younger than 16, the legal age of consent. The case ended after the official publicly denied the accusation. The purported victim withdrew her police testimony, and the girl's father refused to discuss the case. Politicians at the highest level have failed to adopt tough laws that require long-term prison terms for pedophiles. Human rights activists say. Victoria Velchik Victoria Veliko, head of the All-Ukrainian Public Organization for Equal Rights, said the nation's laws were among the weakest when it comes to punishing sexual violence against children. Quoting, "When we tried to increase criminal punishment for sex with children to a minimum of 7 years incarceration, we simply could not push through this draft law," Veliko said. In 2005, non-government organizations drafted a national plan based on the United Nations Convention for Children's Rights. It went nowhere in Parliament, Veliko said. Other documented incidents suggest that pedophilia is taking a huge toll on countless numbers of the nation's children and consequently on the future of Ukraine itself. Internationally, Ukraine has been known for many years as a leading source of child pornography. A few examples. In 2008, human rights reports by the State Department, the US State Department, the most recent available, finds commercial sexual exploitation of children remained a serious problem. According to domestic and foreign law enforcement officials, a significant portion of internet child pornography continued to originate from the country. There were no reported developments in November 2007 Europol operation that uncovered a worldwide child sex offender network, including pornographic material produced in a studio in Ukraine. According to the same State Department report, an Italian man was arrested in the case. One guy. They arrested one guy. What does this tell you about Europol? Is it that they are just that ineffectual when it comes to Ukrainian jurisdiction? Or are they just as corrupt as the Ukrainian? I said European. Is Europol just that ineffectual in Ukrainian jurisdiction, or are they just as corrupt as the Ukrainians when it comes to this issue? That's what I wonder. Okay, I forget who is supposed to be quoted here. Corruption in the judiciary and police continue to impede the government's ability to combat trafficking. NGOs asserted that local police and border guards took bribes to ignore trafficking, and judges did so in return for lighter sentences, according to the State Department. That a low number of prosecutions of officials for trafficking-related corruption raised questions about the government's willingness to take serious disciplinary action, especially against high-level officials. Anti-trafficking experts noted that prosecutors were often the weakest link in the fight against trafficking due to their negative stereotypes of victims and their failure to prosecute aggressively. Now, I'm not going to get further into that because it just demonstrates the human impact of it, and you can read that yourself. I'll put this link in the chat. Ukraine has always been a hotbed of sex trafficking. Well, since ever the fall of the Soviet Union, and to a large extent Russia as well. However, the difference between Russia and Ukraine is that Russia had Putin. And of course, many other strong Russian leaders as well. But Putin seems to be the main driving force in Russia to basically drag the country out of the sewer that it was plunged into. Uh, you get, I think it's the Telegraph that either yesterday or today put out a headline saying that the whole Epstein operation. Oh, sorry, wrong page. The whole Epstein operation was a KGB honey trap, and they used those terms, KGB honeypot. Actually, the Western media loves using the word KGB, even though it was, disbanded after, the Soviet Union. Of course, the FSB, which is the Secret Service of Russia today, I'm sure that there wasn't that big of a difference in terms of who was involved, but Jesus Christ, we're still railing on this KGB thing because it holds this Cold War, romantic, scary notion about it. But if you look at the Epstein files as we have them so far, there was one Russian minister who reached out to Epstein and they had one conversation. And he's no longer in his post. Same with a Serbian minister. He had dealings with Epstein. He was swiftly fired afterwards. But if you look at all of the other Russians who had dealings with Epstein and his network, they're all these West infiltrators from the 90s who bought their way into Russian society and got influenced that way to westernize the country, to turn the country against itself. And that's 100% of the connections between Russia and Epstein. There's absolutely no connection with any FSB operatives or anything like that. So it's just a wild deflection. Now, going back to child trafficking, because it's such a great subject and all. In 2013, December of that year, Putin signed a law that disallowed the adoption of Russian children by American citizens. Now, what do you reckon happened after that? The Maidan coup in Ukraine. What happened a month before President Zelensky was voted into office? What was it? 2012, I think, if memory serves, or no, 2019. Forgive my my shitty memory. Epstein. Yeah, he just visits Zelensky a month before he was officially elected, successfully elected, rather. I'm not making any connections here. I'm just saying, the timing is a bit iffy. There's questions of geopolitics. The West wanted to arm Ukraine to fight Russia. They had biolabs there, etc., etc. But what if it just all came down to they wanted to have sex with children? Because that seems to be what we're dealing with here. It could just be that mundane, that mundane and sick. We here are kind of thinking about all these different wild, separate networks and conspiracies, when really it could just be they want to have sex with children and they'll do anything, including destroy the world to achieve that. This is Vucic, the prime minister of Serbia, or is he the president? I can't keep up with who any of these people are. However, he had something interesting to say yesterday to the media.
Pojavljam se ova Epsteinova ili Epsteinova, kako god hoćete, dokumenta i ja sad očekujem u narednih 48 sati udar na Iran i neke druge velike stvari, jer prosto...
So, it's not just the average person online or what have you thinking, God, these people are evil. And they'll do anything to distract from the truth coming out. Here we have this very distinguished politician who has successfully led his country for a number of years, saying exactly what you or I would say. Hang on, are they going to attack Iran to take our eye off of the goal? And let me be even crazier, just throw the line out there even further. I'm going to say that maybe this whole COVID thing had something to do with the Epstein stuff. Oh shit, they're all going to figure out that we abuse children. Release the COVID-19 from the biolab. When everything's on the line, and look, that's a horrible thing to do, and it's a horrible thing for people to know you as someone who would do such a thing. But there's also the risk that I don't know. Are these people are monsters? Maybe they don't care that people figure out that that's what they like to do, and maybe all they care about is I'm going to lose my power if the world figures out that this is what we do. In that position, would you release a virus that could potentially kill billions of people to save your own ass? You're rich. You're rich beyond measure. You're so rich, money doesn't matter anymore. You now exist in a barter economy. If you want something, you're not offering money for it. You're saying, here, give me a Ferrari, please. And then they give you a Ferrari because you're Donald Trump or whoever you may be. And then maybe you do a favor for them later. Or you have some favors stored up. It's barter. These people don't use money the way we do. It's a means of control for them. So at that level of wealth, you're okay. You can survive a pandemic, real or imagined. So if you want to avoid being outed as a monster and have riots in the streets trying to depose you from power, wouldn't you? Let me take a look at the chat. I hope you all know what I meant when I mentioned Russia outlawing the adoption of children by US citizens. I hope you can piece that one together in your head. because there's a certain phenotype of individual that comes from Slavic countries, and the Slavic part of Russia, West Russia. And certain people have a certain likeness for those people. And you see that, with categories on Pornhub, or even the illicit prostitution trade, which is just adjacent to child sex trafficking anyway. I think it's the same people running that, or they're Venn diagrammed together with drug dealers. They have a certain likeness for Slavic women in that trade as well. And what better, instead of having to groom your own child or kidnap your own child, legally adopt it from Russia. That's what a lot of people have done over the years after the fall of the Soviet Union. And Putin made a stop to that, and now we're at war. Just an idea. Sirisha in the chat says, anything goes in Ukraine. Currently, the widows are going to photographers getting their portfolios updated for when they leave. Art documentary, new husbands. Oof. I don't know. I don't know many Ukrainians. I've only met them in passing here in Ireland. I have very, very little knowledge firsthand of that country or its people. I can imagine that they're all fucked up, though, on some level or another. My cousin had a relationship with one. I believe she lived in one of those hotels, but in Germany, that's where he met her. And very, very conservative. Well, kind of, sort of. I don't know. Conservative in that weird Slavic woman way, where she'll take care of the house, and the man has to go out and hunt. However, she will require high maintenance to do her nails and her hair, all that kind of stuff. That kind of conservative. It's very weird, very alien to me. I could never get with that. I like my women practical, not worried about whether they're going to mess up their nails and hair by doing some farm work. Dennis Carr asks, how did Trump meet his missus? She's from Hungary, I think. Isn't she? I always thought that she's Russian. Melania Trump. All right. Where are you from? Slovenian. All right. Okay. All right. We were both wrong, but we weren't that far off. I don't know how he met her. I don't care. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was sleazy as fuck. All right, folks. We're coming to the end of the show, I think. Give her another 20 minutes, half an hour or so. If you are watching the stream and you're finding some kind of benefit out of it, Give us a like. Don't subscribe though. Please don't. It's not good for the channel. We have over 500 subscribers, so come March, we will see if we can get monetized so that we can. I think we'll be able to run ads, or no, I think that's at 1,000 subscribers. We'll be able to accept live super chats when we're live, and that would be great. A little few quid for doing the show, and I can kick some back to Morgan as well, even though won't be with us going forward. But don't subscribe. We have enough subscribers already, and I'll tell you why. It's not just me being weird or particular. It doesn't matter if you're subscribed. If you watch a video from a channel and you like it, and you watch it for a certain length of time, then YouTube says, okay, I'll show this person another video of theirs. And if that person then watches that video and likes it, then the algorithm thinks, yeah, okay, well, give them more. It's got nothing to do with subscription anymore. And I have a sniggling feeling that if you subscribe and inflate the subscriber count of this channel, then that puts more onus on me to draw in more views and more likes, because it's kind of weighted on a ratio. Oh, they have this amount of subscribers, so they really should be getting this amount of views and likes to justify that number of subscribers. And if they're not getting that, then maybe it's just a crap channel and I won't push it to any new people. It's a theory. I don't know. Help me test it out, right? You'll still see videos from the anti-broadcast, whether you subscribe or not. So help me out here. Because we have to... I have to find a way to get around the algorithm, because you know what? In the thumbnail and the title and the description of this show, I didn't put any keywords in there that will trigger any kind of shadow banning or anything. However, I've said plenty of words in this past hour that are definitely going to, get this video shuffled off to a quiet corner where no one will ever see it again. And that's just what we're dealing with here. This is how YouTube runs. They have a particular interest in a particular type of content. And I'm not going to put any more energy or care or emotional weight into it beyond that, because it is just a waste of fucking time and it burns people out. And nobody's ever going to see this channel. It's only just going to be for a handful of people. I've come to peace with that. It's just the way it is. Because the truth is, if the anti-broadcast was any good, then you know what? You would be sharing it with people who you know, and you're not doing that. So the show must suck. So enjoy it for what it's worth. What I will say, though, I want you to go over to theantibroadcast.com. There you will find links to our other streaming platforms, Kick and Rumble. That's kick.com, not kik.com. Creepy website. Don't go there. If you see your children using that website, delete the app off their fucking phone. They're in danger, actively. You will also find our various social media platforms that we're on if you want to follow us and stay in contact with us going forward. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. And I think I'm going to add a link to what do they call that? Threads. Yeah, Facebook's answer to Twitter. I signed up. I took a look. I decided, yeah, I don't really like that. It's garbage. But we're there anyway. These are just avenues for us to keep in contact with each other. If I'm kicked off of YouTube, and for some reason kicked off of Kick, kicked off of Rumble, which is even less likely, then you have to be able to find the show again if you appreciate it. What you will also find there is a link to our Buy Me a Coffee. If you could just throw a few pound into our cup to show appreciation for the show, I'd appreciate that too. QR code and web address on your screen right now. What do we have in the chat? Ugh. Thank you, 420. We love you too. I'm going to take a break for a wee bit, put on some music, and I'm going to start a fire to keep warm because I can't be using a jacket all night. I got to be comfy. So, back in a bit.
Drank too much, the morning came too fast. Puked my breakfast, felt my head was glass. Kitchen roll in hand, a mess to clean. Into the forest, new and green. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight. Guide my steps in the morning light. Lost and found in nature's grace. A child again in this sacred place. Boots were heavy, waterlogged and slow. In the woodland where the wild things grow. Followed tracks, careful with each stride. Nature's pathways, my only guide. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight. Guide my steps in the morning light. Lost and found in nature's grace. A child again in this sacred place. Fell to the ground in the forest deep. Into a tree's embrace, no time to sleep. Baby pine cones scattered all around. Peace in silence without a sound. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight. Guide my steps in dry boots and a way back home. Saw a clearing but dared not roam. Northward glanced, a neighbor in sight. Started to pace, hoping to find light. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight. Guide my steps in the morning light. Lost and found in nature's grace. A child again in this sacred place. Field unknown, bathed in the sun's glow. Barbed wire fence, no way to go. Crawled beneath, found my freedom there. Back to childhood without a care. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight. Guide my steps in the morning light. Lost and found in nature's grace. A child again in this sacred place.
Hey, county gains, flexing that muscle. You struck our channel thinking it's all subtle. Talking big but can't take a joke. Stealing content while you're buying smoke. Thought you were real, but it's all a game. Saying you're for hiring, but it's just for fame. Flexing with your crew, pumping iron tight. But your real intentions ain't coming alive. Boys in the gym. What's the point? You say you're tough. What we called your joint. Can't handle a laughter, can't stand the heat. Good humor's the way when we meet on the street. You think you're a king, but we calling your bluff. With camaraderie here, we ain't playing rough. Big muscles can't hide your skin. You ain't the cause, but we know your plans. Flexing with your crew, pumping iron tight. But your real intentions ain't coming alive. So step back, gains, it ain't worth the fight. Good vibes over threats, let's do what's right. We rise above hate, spreading laughs all day. Join in the fun, that's how we play. Big muscles can't hide your skin. You claim the cause, but we know your plans. Flexing with your crew, pumping iron tight. But your real intentions ain't coming alive.
Let's see if I can show the chat on screen. I don't know. That kind of... I wish it could be an overlay instead of an actual dedicated segment of the screen, because that makes everything so much smaller. We'll live with it. Is it even updating properly? Jeez Louise, Restream. What are you at? I can't see the latest message. There we go. It caught up. Okay. I completely forgot about this, but Melania, Melania, how the fuck do you say this woman's name? Melania Trump had a film come out. I'm confused as to why she needs one. The Guardian film earned $7 million in US strongest documentary debut in over a decade. Nobody watches documentary debuts anymore. You know, that's just not a thing. You know, we have YouTube, you know, that's usually where documentaries come out, right? The day of the documentary is well over. You know, it used to be a big thing before streaming services and such. Before social media really blew up, you'd have these earth-shattering documentaries just burst onto the scene out of nowhere. Usually they're psyops, you know, Coney 2012, that kind of garbage. You know, regime change operations, basically. But now you have this oddity coming out of nowhere, only just because she's Trump's woman. It's very odd. Amazon's Melania Trump has reportedly beaten box office expectations and recorded the strongest start of any documentary in over a decade, taking $7 million at the US box office during its lavishly promoted opening weekend. But it also cost quite more than a typical documentary at $40 million to make and promote, and then 40 million to make, and then 35 million to promote. What are we doing here? It's just what, a glamour project or something? Well, like it's like back in medieval times of like, you know, we'll do something for the queen consort, you know, make her feel special. Who cares about Melania Trump? Really, it just shows how still up their own arses Trump people are still, even after all of these years of being let down by the man, being bamboozled by the man. There we go, Vanity Project. Thank you, Saoirse. I have a brain like a Ukraine battlefield, just full of fucking holes. I'm in the wrong job entirely. Sorry about that. Okay. Amazon, which recently cut 16,000 corporate jobs, has been hit with criticism that making the documentary about the First Lady and paying so high for it was little more than a ploy to curry favor with her husband, Donald Trump, during his second presidency. You know what? I despise The Guardian, really, for the most part. But it's not the worst. And this is a good example of you know, it serving a solid purpose. Because that is pretty spot on. That's all it could be. The film, which follows Melania Trump as she prepared to re-enter the White House in early 2025, was beaten at the box office by 2 horror films. Oh, so it lost in its rightful category then. Okay. Iron Lung and Rachel McAdams Send Help. Very, very odd names. But it managed to beat out action film Shelter. All right. Melania registered its earnings by targeting older conservatives and has been noted for carefully playing to subjects close to what are said to be interests of her husband's fans: patriotism, Christianity, and the importance of family. Has anyone out there heard anything about this documentary? More than I have. I think I heard about it being spoken about 4 days ago. Then that was it. Nothing beyond that. All right, Pat is going off, is he? Good night, Pat. Thanks for joining us. Okay, there we go. Okay. Deadline said Melania was forecast to make $5 million on its debut weekend. The Hollywood Reporter said that those predictions for the Brett Ratner directed documentary were based on empty or nearly empty seat maps in cinemas across the country. The outlet estimated that the film had done well with conservatives in the southern US, especially women over the age of 55, who made up 72% of the opening day audience. Jesus. What is wrong with those people? Zerowski. I like your name change, man. Zerowski. Story Daniels said Dawn was awful beneath the sheets. Oh, for fuck's sake, Dennis Card. You watch it, sir. Oh, no, that's just mean. Intelligence. What a shit name for a publication. A research firm. Oh, a research firm. Okay. Good, because that's a terrible name. I wouldn't buy a magazine called Intelligence. Estimated that rural theaters would contribute roughly 46% of opening weekend box office, and those in Republican counties would contribute to about 53% of ticket sales. Top box office states for the film included the conservative stalwart states of Florida and Texas. But is that true, though? Did that come to light? I'd like to know what the hell this is even supposed to be. Just a kind of, as Saoirse says, a vanity project of like Melania being interviewed and it kind of day in the life kind of thing as she was going to move back into the White House. Like, what is this? Let's see if we can get a trailer, and let's hope that we aren't copyright struck for watching it. And yeah, trailer. There we go. Okay, let's see.
Go again. Here we go again.
Chairman, after one that his legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker in the fire.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Beautiful. Together, with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
Oh my, that was awful. I mean, it's standard fare for American reality TV. You know, that kind of dross. So I shouldn't be too surprised that it did well. Jason Wolf says, looking forward to the Big Mike doco. The Crying Game 2. Okay, I don't get the Crying Game reference, but that's funny. Big Mike, yeah. You know what this reminds me of? What do you call that? Aegis. Married to Prince Harry, is it? What's her name? Meghan Merkel. Meghan Merkel. What is that show that she did? Clip. I'll just look for clips. It's special. It's really special. Okay, here we go. Okay, we have a custom made 3-minute compilation of clips from her show. I'm not entirely I'm not entirely sure what it is exactly. I think again it's another one of these vanity projects to make her feel like she's doing something. She has a business where she sells fucking fart flavored soap or some shit like that, and she is calling herself an entrepreneur, a female entrepreneur. So that makes her a guiding light for women, because she took this big risk. This woman who's living off of British royalty levels of wealth took this massive risk by selling overpriced fucking crap with her name on it. Crap that you could get for like a fraction of the price in fucking Walmart or Lidl or wherever your junk shop is. Let's see what is. One thing that people are annoyed most about her is how she just pretends to be just another woman, and she's so humble, and she does these things that are made to look like she's being humble, but it just looks like a parody of normal people's lives.
I feel like this is all fake.
2 weeks after its debut, Meghan Markle's Netflix show is still giving critics something to snack on. On Monday's Tonight Show, Jimmy Fallon and sidekick Steve Higgins hacked Meghan's much-mocked viral pretzel hack to pieces.
What is the number one question that mystifies scientists?
Is there life on another planet?
Oh no. Why does Meghan Markle make her own pretzel bags?
In case you missed what's got everyone feeling so salty.
Oh, this is just junk. No, I really should have looked at the YouTube channel name. Oh, okay. This sounds promising. This is the only Meghan Markle video you need to watch. All right. I'm bought.
Meghan Markle is truly one of the most dangerous public figures on the world stage at the moment. She needs to be stopped.
Someone that everyone thinks is a sociopathic narcissist.
She has been called a narcissist many times.
She's a narcissist.
She is a narcissist of the highest order.
The world can now see Harry and Meghan for what I've known they are for some time. Narcissistic egotists.
These two are insane narcissists.
Narcissistic isn't a big enough word.
Meghan Markle is a sociopath.
She is a malignant narcissist. She's also a sociopath.
Okay, we get the idea.
I'm gagging on the narcissism.
That gives you some idea of the scale of the Netflix narcissist.
Why are everyone and their mothers convinced that Meghan Markle is a
Oh, for
narcissist?
fuck's sake. Oh, just use your own fucking voice, will you? I'm sick of this shit on YouTube. I'm absolutely sick of it. You know what? I'm getting rid of the chat overlay because that's not working. It doesn't update fast enough. Everything now is either just straight up AI, more than likely stolen from another channel, or it's some synthesized fucking voice. People don't care what your voice sounds like, okay? What they care about is if you can deliver information that they want to hear about in a consistent and clear way. You know? And all you need to do is give it a go. You know, and if you don't get it right the first time, just, you know, press stop on the recorder and start again until you get it right. It's worth the time. It seems now like 9 times out of 10, I click on a video and it's this fucking junk. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to support it. All right, look. Stutterbox. I'm sure this guy is funny.
I love a brunch party. I think there's something really charming about it, and I think it's a great way to connect.
The long-awaited Meghan Markle show just dropped on Netflix. With Love, Meghan. A show where, according to IMDb, Meghan shares her personal tips, embraces playfulness over perfection, and shows you how to create beauty in unexpected ways. And after binging it, baked beyond comprehension, I have a lot of thoughts. But first, a quick disclaimer. This is not a safe space for gratuitous hate, so please don't leave any nasty hate comments, because I will be deleting them faster than Meghan can get her hands on some artisanal honey from her backyard bee colony. To me, Meghan is an icon, because without ever acknowledging it, she got Piers Morgan to throw a temper tantrum on national television and walk out of his TV set because his feelings were hurt.
You continue to trash her. Okay, I'm done with this.
No.
Sorry, no. Sorry.
Do you know what? That's pathetic.
You can track him, maybe not mine.
No. I'm being...
Sorry, can't
This
do
is
this.
absolutely diabolical behavior.
And as a lifelong hater of Piers Morgan, I loved every second of it. And sometimes I go back and rewatch the clip when I need a little pick-me-up. And with all that said, With Love, Meghan has to be the most insufferable TV show I've ever seen in my life. It's a feel-good lifestyle show that teaches you how to make things look pretty.
Yeah, Earthlink. Yeah, I have to agree. Those eyes, man. Man, there's just a lot of stuff going on with this guy I'm not going to talk about. But still, he's funny. He's funny. And I agree with him. I despise Piers Morgan. But you know what? That was, that was a class act from Piers Morgan. Just as a side note, about this Netflix TV show, right? It was supposed to be one season. And then for some reason, the season got renewed. Even though it did crap, nobody watched it. So what they did was they took the season and they cut it in half and released the second part of the season as season 2. because, you know, I guess she's so delicate, you know, that she can't put in the required amount of work. So that's the kind of person you're dealing with.
So people will like you. And our host is none other than an Instagram page of inspirational quotes come to life. Meghan, Duchess of Sussex. I was Team Meghan. I defended her at every dinner party, family gathering. I cheered when they quit the devil family and moved across the world for some peace and quiet. I even walked out on a date with a really hot guy because he believed that she was brainwashing a
Okay, we called it. Yeah, we called it.
Grown-ass man who used to dress up like a Nazi for fun. A stance that shall never, ever, ever get close to my body. But the show is incredibly pretentious, almost in a campy way. Like, it was impossible for God knows how many people to have helped make it without them knowing how obnoxious everything comes off as. Every episode, she invites a guest over, either friends or people she's stalked online, and they make cute little Instagram-ready harvest baskets while Meghan turns every conversation into a flashback of her life and how relatable she is. It's like a PR makeover made by insufferable white women that work off of vibes and color palettes. And it kind of makes me want to jump off a cliff. Just know that if she invites you over to her house, you're doing manual labor. But yes, Meghan shares some of her tips, like harvesting honey from the bees in your backyard, which you could do too if you weren't so dirt poor. Transferring pretzels from one plastic bag to another smaller plastic bag so you reduce the serving size, you fat slut. Making a harvest basket with produce you grow in your garden, which you could do too if you weren't so dirt poor, peasant. Slicing bread for breakfast, which you can do too if you like having breakfast, you fat slut. Making your own oil-infused bath salts topped off with tea bags, which you could do too if you had a spare room for guests in your home, but you don't because you're so dirt poor. Decorating plates of food with edible flowers.
It's just an accessory. And I know you love an accessory.
Which you can do too if your kink is pretending you're eating at a French bistro, which you couldn't afford in real life because you're so dirt poor, peasant.
Help me, I'm poor.
No.
Now, obviously, the appeal of the show is Meghan being who she is, you know, Meghan Markle. So a lot of viewers might tune into this series to get some inside tea on how everything went down with the racists. The royals. And to those viewers, I say, you're out of luck. Because this is not a drama show, this is a feel-good show. So any references to the...
So I'm watching Stutterbox. I just want to give you guys an idea of what Meghan Markle is like. If you want to, you know, if you're bored on Netflix and you just want to laugh and a cringe at the same time, stick on a Meghan Markle show. I'm going to link to this guy's video in the chat. I don't want to steal his content. I just want to... Oh my God, that freeze frame. I think he's funny. You know what? I think he's funny. I'm gonna subscribe to him. You should too.
The event will be kept as vague as possible.
And he has just been in my life for the before, during, and after, shall we say.
And this is how you stay out of the drama, mama. And before we get into the guests, you might be wondering, does her doting husband ever make an appearance? Yes, he does. Like, once or twice, I'm not sure because I fell asleep during most of the episodes. Did I mention the show is like Xanax? She's so soft-spoken, almost whispery, that you pop the show on and you'll be unconscious quicker than she can make her dog some treats. Speaking of dogs, have you found yourself wondering how to make healthy snacks for your furry best friend?
3/4 cup of oat flour, cup of regular flour, 1 egg, tablespoon honey, half cup peanut butter, 1/4 cup of water, filtered of course.
Yeah, you don't want to be using tap water. I mean, if you don't have filtered water in your home, you might as well just drive off a cliff Thelma and Louise style. Not to escape the police, but to escape your miserable existence as a tap water drinker. Anyway, while the dog treat's baked, it's time to make some fruit preserve. You know, when you cook expensive fruit with sugar to make luscious preserve, which is not the same as jam, because jam uses a 1-to-1 ratio of fruit and sugar, which we don't, because we're not fat sluts. But we don't have time to discuss how expensive it would be to get a bucket of raspberries just to get a small, tiny jar of fruit preserve, because hey, the dog treats are done.
Doesn't have to be perfect, but it can be a little bit more presentational.
And this summarizes the show pretty well. It's all about making things presentable, turning boring chores into whimsical actions of kindness. So you too can put bows in your jars for no one to see, because you live alone in a shoebox apartment and the only visitors you get are parasites in your tap water.
And I'm putting this in here because this isn't my house. Daniel's gonna be staying at my house, but I'm gonna prep everything here.
Wait, what? Whose house is it? Where are we? Wait, is this Tyler Perry's house still?
Don't tie a knot without a bow. What you don't want to do is make it hard for your guests to get into it.
Girl, who has time to do all this? Okay, if I'm inviting you to my house, I'm gonna have booze, and you can pour your own drinks, because if I make them, you're gonna end up in the hospital with alcohol poisoning. At times, her show turns into a cooking show, where the cooking takes about 2 minutes, and the feel-good conversation about unrelated shit that happened 20 years ago takes about 30, because it's a feel-good show. And you're going to feel real good about not being in that house personally, because it feels like you don't belong there, like you just walked into the wrong house. Luckily, you can just change the channel. Hell, sometimes even the guests look like they don't want to be there.
I wouldn't put it in a clear vase purely because I don't know who has time to change the water on flowers every day.
Who has time? Girl, you just spent the last 3 hours perusing through a flower shop so you can use one of your many flower stands to keep them organized inside of the vase. And you don't have time to change the water if it's a clear vase? I'm sure you have. If anyone has the time, it's gotta be you, Megan. Come on.
And that's the show, and I think Meghan Markle's life in a nutshell right there. And look, I'm sure we all have time to do the stupid shit that she does, tying bows and stuff, making bespoke, baked dog treats. But it's so far outside of the average person's priorities, you know. I mean, having a nice environment, setting things up nice for, say a special occasion, that's cool. That's great. We should all do that a little more, I think. But geez Louise, what people find the funniest about Meghan Markle, aside from the fact that she's an absolute airhead, is how divorced from reality she actually is. That she has all this time on her hands. She's the ultimate welfare queen. That she's lost track of what normal people consider important. And she made a TV show about herself doing the little things that she thinks kind of grab people's attention or make people feel fulfilled. It's like looking through a window into an alien culture. Frank Barron said those flowers need watering. I don't think she knows what flowers are. Whether a healthy flower or unhealthy one. I think we're nearing the natural conclusion of the show. Be sure to search through the Epstein DOJ dump if you have the inclination and the time. There we go. Justice.gov. I put the link in the chat again. For the latest dump, you want to be looking at DOJ disclosures, data sets from 9 to 12. Avoid the 9th data set, carry on from 10 onwards, because it's mindless, boring, inconsequential court documents. Unless, of course, you like that kind of thing. Unless, you actually want to know what really went on with the Ghislaine Maxwell court case and the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's death. It's for a certain type of mentality. Some might call it autistic. Right. Is there anything I've forgotten? No, I wouldn't say so. Come Wednesday, maybe next Saturday, I'll be getting deeper into the Irish connection with Epstein, but also the perfect storm that seems to be gathering around Ireland generally when it comes to data centers, oppressive privacy laws, all sorts of hate speech, etc., etc. All of the shit that's going down in this country is interrelated. And I'd say even the immigration tangentially is related. There's something going on in this country. We're being transformed into a particular type of entity. And we have been transformed into that since the 80s and more so since 2008. But the clamps are really being tightened around this whole operation. And it's often been said by a variety of different sources that Ireland is a proving ground, I guess. Whatever can be done in Ireland can be done anywhere. And that's good or bad, sinister or liberating. We just have a special place in this new world order taking form. And it's not going to be to the benefit of the citizens. It has a lot to do, actually all to do, with the fact that roughly 80% of air traffic and 80% of internet data between transatlantic data and transatlantic air travel passes through Ireland. We're a hub. And we are a pushover. We're so easily malleable. And the chickens are finally coming home to roost on that. So I will be covering that in the coming week, tying that together again with the Epstein stuff. Dennis Carr asks, was Bono in the Epstein Club? Oh boy, yeah. You betcha. How many times was he mentioned? Where's the where's that page I had open now? I'll show you. I love American websites. All you have to do is tell them, yes, I am over 18. No need for ID or anything like that. They just take my word for it. Just like the old days. All right, search Bono, and you have 623 results. A lot of those are going to be duplicates. So let's say his name comes up 300 times. You don't get that with, I don't know, Gates maybe? Let's try Gates. Oh no, hold on. Oh wow. Oh wow, I was totally wrong about that. 636,365 mentions of Bill Gates. Or Mr. Gates. How about Musk? 1,471. All right, fair enough. Still, Bono was mentioned a substantial number of times. I don't know if... oh yeah, sure. I can show you that image again, can't I? Or more appropriately put, I can subject this image to you. Trigger alert. Trigger warning? Yeah, that's the word. I blurred out sensitive parts because I don't think these women are women. They look like children to me. And that's Bono. And I hear secondhand from people who looked through the latest load of DOJ files that Bono liked to sexually assault African children. You know, the demographic that he has been campaigning for the welfare of for so long. It doesn't really surprise me that much because if you are willing to run a charity to take money from people in your home country and abroad, and then only spend 1% of those proceeds on the African children you set up that charity for, I think it's just a hop and a skip to raping black children. That's just me. Actually, yeah, let me close out the show with this. I think our standards are distorted by the sick, pedophile, warmonger regime that we live under. Our standards have been dragged down really, really low. I feel that is appropriate to say that basically embezzling, what is it, like maybe billions of dollars, euros from people under the guise of running a charity for African children is just not that very far from sexually assaulting children. Because I have morals. I have standards. You do too. Pretty sure that you do. Or you're a psychopath and you're just pretending to care about other people. I don't know. That's possible too. But if you're listening to the sound of my voice, then I feel safe in saying that you have the same moral standards that I do. You just might not be willing to stand by them. And that's not a slight on you. It's just that we're social creatures. We amend our expectations. We change our patterns of thought and even our self-image to get along in society. So when the standards drop around us, then we have to lower our expectations and eventually our own standards to reflect the world that we live in, because it's psychologically damaging otherwise, to really actually believe that things should be a certain way, that there are just certain inviolable things about human life and the things that we should expect from ourselves and from our fellow humans. When those standards can't withstand how the world actually works, It's painful. It's exhausting. But we need to get back to those. We need to reclaim those standards. We need to point out when something isn't the standard. We say, hang on, that's shit. That doesn't work for me. Because otherwise you have people who come along and say, like Trump or something, like, I'm gonna make America great again, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And you can smell the stench of it's just sleaze off the man, like your body on a visceral level tells you this creature's disgusting. But we will fool ourselves into not thinking, not allowing that thought to even come through from the senses of our physical body into our mind. It's cut short before we can even articulate these thoughts to ourselves. And so we place trust in these people, and they let us down again and again and again. And we wonder, what happened? What's wrong? How did this happen? Oh, geez. Maybe, you just weren't listening. Because we all have that innate wisdom. Sort of bred out of us as children, and then into our adult lives when we finally figure out that, there's no Santa Claus. Democracy is a sham. The world really isn't on its way to a condition of world peace and global unity, and not every demographic group in the world is equal and capable of the same standards of culture as us. We begin to feel like we're fools, that we've been swindled, lied to about the world. So it's natural to put up defenses. It's natural to change your expectations, change your perspective. But what gets lost in that process? Again, we just buy into the next best thing. The thing that will do for now. The imperfect answer. Sorry, I made a disgusting noise in the microphone there. It's true that perfect is the enemy of good enough. But that really is just a guidance for you in your life, that you're not going to be perfect. What you do is not going to be perfect, but it can be good enough. Might not even be good at all, but you can do it and you can get better at doing it, and that's good enough. But when it comes to other people and systems and organizations, governments, blah, 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 we need to demand perfection. I think it's beyond time now. I saw a tweet there. There was an Ireland Thinks poll. I think that's held by The Guardian or whatever shit rag. It showed, what was it, Fianna Fáil gained 1 percentage point. Fine Gael held the same amount of popularity. Then I think below that was, oh no, beyond that, above them were Sinn Féin. They gained a few points in popularity. And Aontu held at 6%. And Padar Tobin posted that as victory. You know, we're holding strong. I'm sorry. Aontu is garbage. Okay. They're all garbage. All right. Even on the left, I would really hope and pray that the people on the left, because there are good people, you know, ordinary people who, you know, that's just where they're at. That's their point in their emotional, intellectual, spiritual development, that, you know, the left wing can do something for them. Sure, you know, leave them at it. But I just wish that they would kind of trust their gut, you know, and look at these creatures. Mary Lou McDonald, what do you call those people for profit gobshites? SWP, but in another guise. Social Democrats, I mean, just look at them. They all look like monsters. You know, they're the closest to a Lovecraftian abomination as you can get while still being human. And this is true of everyone on the right as well. I'm sorry. Everyone from Padar Tobin to the Healy Rays to Justin Barrett. You need to just look at these people and know who they are. I mean, just on a visceral level, they're dysgenic as fuck. They look like they're hiding something at all times. They're robots to the system of politics. You know, you really don't know what it is until you've had some kind of dealings with it, where there's just a certain way that you have to behave. You have to play the game to get along so that you can just slot into your assigned pigeonhole on the political spectrum. And then that's it. That's you. You just got to play your dirty tricks and repeat your fucking slogans and your pitches. And whether you and your party grow in popularity or shrink is not up to you. It's not up to the people. It's up to the puppet masters who decide whether Ireland will be center, will be left, will be right. Whenever it benefits these masters above us. This is the system that these people have abandoned themselves to. And then they turn to you and they say, I will make your life better. Like fuck they will. Ireland is being carved up by international financiers. We're being forgotten about. We're being abused. All over the world, children are being abused. Our democratic systems have been completely lampooned and distorted. They're basically tyrannies, but with the ability to vote every 4 years, and it's completely fixed by actual direct election fixing or the almighty power of the 6 corporations around the world running the media, the tech companies controlling what we see and what we're allowed to say to each other. This is the world that our failing standards have not just allowed to happen, but have built. This is what we are creating together. So it's just time to say, fuck it. I know what's right. I know what's wrong. I know just by looking at it, I can smell it. Because I guarantee that you can. I'm going to check up on the chat to see what y'all are saying, because I do like to hear what you say, and often you have some keen insights there in the chat. Do tell us, Bono and that other creep Geldof, Howard. You know what? That's a name that I that crossed my mind. But I was wondering, why the hell hasn't he come up in the Epstein files? Because he's just as creepy or creepier than Bono. You know, that whole Boomtown Rats fucking shit, singing songs about being a poor person in Dublin. Bullshit. He was a rich boy. Yeah, there we go, Zerowski. 90% of funds from Live Aid went to warlords. Yeah. We're all aware of that the meme, you know, of dropping aid into Africa and then it's just fought over by men with guns. They've always known that that's the way it was going. Dennis Carr, why was the little cunt Epstein so powerful? I know Epstein is a Jewish name. Yeah, I'm just not sure how Jewish he was in terms of his affinity and his lineage, you know, because it's your mother. Your mother has to be Jewish to be actually Jewish. I don't think you get accepted into the club as close unless you are fully like that. But you know, if the strongest connection that we have made so far is Ghislaine Maxwell, the daughter of a Mossad agent and a media mogul, was basically his madame, you know, and co-conspirator, really. Zerowski says it's your duty as an adult to protect kids. Yeah, that's the deal. You know, at some point you stop being a kid and then, you know, the buck is just handed down and it's your turn to look out for the kids. Barron nailed it. We always knew politicians lie. Well, no one knows that better than the Irish, you know. Who's that? I keep forgetting the fella's name. Irish pro-life senator. What's his name? Ronan Mullen. A few years ago, I was canvassing for a friend. She was running for Renewa in a local election. And just, one of the days I was out canvassing, someone let her know, hey, so Ronan Mullen is in town. And this is like rural fucking Ireland, it's not like he was just in the next largest city or something. Ronan Mullen, you'd know him to see him. He's actually a lovely fella. He really is. Probably the most human politician that I have met yet. So I'm not going to talk shit about him. However, he knocked on a few doors with us. And the first thing he said when the first person opened the door, he said, now I know you're probably sick of, politicians. And that was a great icebreaker, not that the fellow who opened the door was going to believe him necessarily, but opening with that kind of disarms the person, Yeah, like, I know that when someone knocks on your door, you're expecting a scam, but I'm not here with a scam. It kind of breaks the it kind of breaks the flow. It's a pattern interrupt in neuro-linguistic programming terminology. You just kind of take someone's expectations and you subvert them so they're vulnerable and they have to, consciously think instead of playing out a subconscious script, which is, in that case, just say fuck off and close the door. Or smile and say, oh yeah, okay, take the leaflet and then completely zone out, or start thinking, yeah, this guy's full of shit. But no, he was an expert at the owl canvassing, right? This is the ice that any politician needs to break through in Ireland. If you want to go and represent your people, unless you are well known in your community and you're doing work for the community already with years to your name, you're doing charity work, you're campaigning for something that, really matters to the locals, Irish people are just going to look at you and say, yeah, okay, another one. And that's good, but it's also bad. If we really want to change the country politically, then we're going to have to get past that barrier. And there's very few politicians on the right or on anywhere on the spectrum who is capable of doing that. I would say that makes the political route for saving this country a complete no-go. We need to get that one out of our heads. Frank Barron says, we also knew the experts lie and have always lied. And that's the thing, we've known politicians lie, experts lie, but, what does that do for us at the end of the day? Frank Barron said, independent Ireland aren't great either. It's just, there's just a certain class of people who have been running the politics scene in Ireland since the foundation of the state. They belong to a certain class of people, a certain demographic, and they rule the roost. So whenever you see, oh, there's a new party, there's a new this, there's a new that, guaranteed it's the same fucking crew. You know, like Renua, I think. Who was that? The Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil politician who founded that party. The founder of Aontu is from Sinn Féin. On and on and on. Or, you know, you get a Derek Bly or something, and then in no time at all, someone in that sphere is going to get into his ear and tell him how to run his campaigns or what have you. Saoirse and Aaron in the chat, still here, just letting the lads talk between themselves. And that's what I appreciate quite a lot about doing these shows, is that there's a vibrant community in the chat room every time. I'm so appreciative of you all. Live Forever 898. Is that really what you think of the flag of the Russian Federation? Commie flag? Oh boy, I got a surprise for you. I have in the post, coming from Russia, an authentic Ushanka. You know those fur hats that you can untie and the ear flaps come down and you can tie them around so you're all warm and nice and insulated from the Arctic weather. Yeah, I'm getting one of those authentic rabbit fur. And you know what? It has a Soviet emblem on the front. Like authentic, like made in the 80s, you know, for soldiers. Fucking beautiful. And I'm going to wear it because of people like you. Just for you, you know, your ignorance. I'm going to play on that. Oh, okay. Now I know what kind of person this is. Yes, they're a communist nation, always were. Oh, please. Get, just learn something, you know? Learn something new in your life, you know, instead of just shit. Just absolute shit. Go take a hike, you know? Go take a fucking hike. And you know, I can say that now because Morgan is no longer a permanent co-host on the show. So I can speak my mind going forward, and I can destroy this whole channel if I wish by just my brute honesty, because this channel isn't going anywhere. No, nothing's happening on this channel. No, it's just going to be a handful of people every week watching, and then that's it. So I don't care if I've chased the rest of you away, honestly, with my fucking brute honesty. I don't give a fuck. Go away. Piss off. Russia is a beautiful country. It's a beautiful and proud country with a rich history. And you know what? When we were starving to death because the British were stealing all our fucking food, I wish I remembered which Tsar it was. It wasn't Tsar Nicholas. It was the fella before him. Sent us £7 million. It might not sound like a whole lot, but it was actually a metric fuck ton of money to buy us food, you know, because we were fucking starving. Just out of love for the Irish people. You know, that I will never forget. So, take your fucking bigoted horse shit and fuck right off. Fucking putting me in a bad fucking mood at the end of my show. Who the fuck are you? Oh, it's beyond time, folks. Speak your mind. Because even if you are wrong. Thank you, Saoirse. Alexander II. All the Romanovs. Fucking beautiful people. It's a shame that they were almost completely wiped out. I hope they come back to power. A monarchist Russia would be fucking brilliant. Even if you are wrong, while being honest, at least you were honest. And at least you'll get to the truth faster. Because either you'll be set straight, or the consequences of your own beliefs will be more apparent to you, Good people and good opportunities will leave your life, and then that's data. That's valuable data. When you get something wrong and life teaches you that you made a misstep, that your beliefs don't resonate with reality, then you can fix it. But if you are sheepish and you're flying under the radar because you don't want to anger people, you don't want to get into conflict, you don't want to be isolated for what you know to be true or believe to be true, you're never going to find the limits of what's real. So, Earthlink asked, where did he send the money to? The consulate in Britain. But the money did actually get to us. Be assured of that. Saoirse said it was part of a wave of international donations. You know who donated to us? Some African American tribe. Yeah, let me look up the details of this. African American. Fuck, no, that wasn't going to happen. Some Native American tribe. There we go. Google knows what I'm talking about. The Choctaw Nation sent £170, which is approximately $5,000 in today's money, in 1847. The Choctaw Nation, a genocided people who probably couldn't afford much themselves, and that's what fucking bugs me about this knee-jerk reactionary fucking racism in this country. Just following the grain of United States right-wing politics, British right-wing politics, of all fucking things. Which is just straight up fucking white supremacy. And do you know what? It's, if you want to, believe and point out that white people have a higher IQ than other groups, okay, that's fine. Yeah, whatever. Okay, that's fine. That's not white supremacy, I assure you. However, this disgusting fucking attitude that a lot of us have adopted as a knee-jerk reaction to the extreme left monopoly of every institution in our society. It's not the way to go, you know. They don't have the same experience as we do in the United States, in Great Britain, so let's not adopt their fucking wild notions. We're different. We have a different history. And our history is one of international cooperation. You know, everyone from the SARS of fucking Russia to some little fucking ethnically cleansed tribe in North America reached out a helping hand when we needed it most. And in turn, we reached out our hands to help others who were having a rough time. That's something to be proud of. Oh dear, we have the ambulance on the scene. Why is Frank being told to relax? Dr. Crispy. The Quares didn't send a penny. Okay, so since this meme has come up a few times, it needs to be for Irish people who don't remember this TV show, or it was before their time, or foreigners who wonder what we mean when when we say this word.
There are not many of them left in the wild, so I decided to breed quails myself. This is the Port Leash Puff. And over here, the most popular Irish breed, the Fermanagh Faggots. And I imported these ones from the south of Spain. Purebred Andalusian sausage jockeys. On your hungry bed.
Bulldozer. Mini digger.
When you're farming quails, you'll occasionally get a straight one. Like this bollocks here. I used to drown them, but now I sell them to the guards. Come out, come out, come out. Tractors.
Hurling. Paul O'Connell.
You can't have a quail farm without the queen. And this one's mine. She's a Mincin Michael from Donegal. Hey, come up! Come out! Come out! Hey, come out here! Come up! You cheeky little bastard! Get out! Get up! Get up! Get up! Go on! Go on! Fucking dirty little Andalusian quails have the poor bitch sucked dry, like, huh?
That just had to be done. Because, yeah, the phrase has come up a few times. All right, you know what? Now that these suggested videos have popped up on my screen, Glass Beams, fucking brilliant performance on KEXP. Oh shit, Dennis Carr said my grandfather was on YouTube. Want to play it? It's true. Please send that along. Tell me what the name is. I certainly will. I found some brilliant music. I fell into a great musical rabbit hole there a few days ago. Let me just find where it was. I was on a roll there. Here we go. I'll change over to my history. I don't mind you seeing my YouTube history. So we have this one, well, Malasha Dama, I believe. Let's bring it back to the beginning. I sent this to my family group chat, and I said I didn't realize that Bill Bailey got so serious about his music career. Not the best of the selection. This is quite great, though. This is... Oh, will I be able to pronounce this? Tinar Wen. KEXP has the greatest studio
You got to touch
performances.
up KXP on Dirk Zone.
You know, I don't know what you guys think of what you call Arab music, but it's a beautiful say genre of folk that has been expanded into modern expressions of electronic music. My favorite one is Bedoran live in Petra, Jordan. Petra's isn't it one of the wonders of the world? It's absolutely fantastic. This whole set at the actual ancient monument live, the music and the imagery goes so well together. I think that's good enough to hook you if you like that kind of music. So I will search for this, Dennis. I'm intrigued. What am I doing? Restoring a 200-year-old cottage. Wait, is it? Yeah, Irish cottage. Donegal, 1985. Okay, here we go.
The gathering is taking place in the Fan Peninsula of North Donegal. The men chatting remember the hard times of the 30s. All three are craftsmen. Over the years, they have remained in the area around the village of Port Salin, working for local people. They learned their trades in their early teens.
At the time the free beef and everything else was going and everything else. Telling the young chaps. So that was a tough time. Started off in a class first. In fact, the first thing I made was a fiddle. Is that right? With a pocket knife. A very fine thing to make. Well, I made it with a pocket knife now. Well, my father was thatching the most days time, and I also had an uncle. And I learned it from both of them. And I first started off with thatching small outbuildings about my own place, and eventually, as time went on, then I went here and there to neighbours. I had an interest in some. The very start off.
The accents are rooted in North Donegal. Many of the words and phrases are commonly heard in parts of Scotland. Hughie Dorian is an expert stonemason.
When I was a young lad going to school, so we used to have good stones, good quality stones in the Ross, you know. And so I was only about 13 at the time, and we had a dog, and I thought I'd go and build a house for the dog with stone, see how it would do. And because there was no mortar or no cement at that time, yes, I went down to Bogland and got mortar, that blue mortar, and buttered the blue mortar. So brought on and built a wee house for the dog and completed and finished it.
So this is Dennis's grandfather. Thanks for sharing this, man.
Rest and everything else and completed. And that wee house is still up yet with the blue mortar. And never come down in the home place. So went on from that there, and it was a year back and forth, or build wee bits of walls and around a bit my own house and everything else. And I was very interested in stone of it, was that or nothing else. So that neighbour of mine was building a 2-story house, and it's all stone too. So I went over to him, and they both had started the house ourselves too. Well, he took the outside of the wall and that to the inside of the wall, and I was young at the time, and he was a good bit older than me, he's dead and gone at the present time. And now I built my own part inside, and he built his part and we put it up to the joists, and put on the joists. And we thought it was too much for us to build the second story, and we got another woodmason over from Downers. So we finished the house.
The three men, all of them pensioners, recently combined their skills to restore a 200-year-old cottage to its original condition. It has been the home of the McElwee family for 6 generations, and the owner went to great lengths to restore special features inside and outside the building. There are hundreds of cottages from the same era vacant in the west and northwest. The vast majority of them are left to fall asunder. It took around £16,000 to restore this particular cottage.
Just to give you an idea, we had left it for somewhat around 20 years, and it was used as a shed or barn, old straw, hay and turf. And even to give you an idea of the state that it had got into, we had turf right where I'm sitting here.
I suppose you had good and bad memories of your times here.
Oh, I've had some very happy memories here. I would say more happy memories than bad memories. I remember well growing up here as a little fellow, playing around the house, and even that bedroom you saw upstairs there where we threw a suitcase out the window, my shoes after it, sneaking down the stairs, heading off to London. First time I'd ever been past Letterkenny in my life. So certainly it holds some, you might say, adventurous memories for me as well. I think it's very sad travelling around the county myself as I do as a commercial traveller. I see how fastly these cottages are disappearing, and there's virtually none of them being restored, or I know of none being restored to the way I've done this one. As a matter of fact, I've seen some quite nice cottages now lying in wall states, even in the last 5 years. And I certainly would say that it's just a pity that there's not more of them being done.
Wow. Thanks for that share, Dennis. That was beautiful. I don't know about you guys, but such things fill me with such great sadness, you know. I mean, it's as Zero Ski said in the chat, it's a beautiful restoration, lovely restoration. But with that, it comes. It's an echo of time that aches the soul for me, anyway. Saoirse and Aaron says, easy to warm and keep clean. Yep. Yeah, simple and straightforward. How did we depart so drastically from it's like the proper way of building houses for our climate, you know? We've abandoned, what could it be? Thousands of years of fucking history? Hundreds of thousands? I don't know. I don't believe the records about how long Irish people have been here, but certainly longer than a few decades of learned history about how to stay warm, how to stay comfortable. We've abandoned those wisdoms for what we think of as progress. You know, change doesn't always mean progress. Shiny doesn't always mean progress. It's usually abandonment. Saoirse reckons 5,000 years. I think longer. Um, it's now accepted that Newgrange is older than the pyramids of Giza. You know, what we have here is much older than we've been led on. You have to remember that much like in Egypt, Ireland has been dominated by a certain force that would prefer that our monuments are dated earlier than they were built. Chris Summers says, "Stop thinking and get in the goy box already." Yeah, yeah. You know what I like? The odd time, I like to look at CR's video vaults. Oh, oh, it says, hang on, we're connecting to your channels. Not sure what's going on there. Ah, we're back. Okay. Saoirse says, Dennis, I'm not old enough to remember those men, their ways, the simplicity of life, very little stress. I don't think it's an age thing. I think it's a proximity thing. The walls sing and they bleed and they cry. Over the Christmas, I had the honor of spending time with my family in a manor house built in the 1800s. I didn't ask the owner who lived there at the time, but the layout of it tells me it was Anglo-Irish, you know, the landed gentry, because it has, you know, those kind of pretty gardens that the British like to have. And there's a section of the house that is upstairs that is for the servants. Actually, that whole side of the house is for the servants, you know, because even like the upper class, they wouldn't even go into the kitchen, you know. And the what is used now as the front door of the house used to be the servants' door, because, you know, that was the less pretty part of the courtyard where the servants went out to work on the farm and what have you. But it was beautiful. I just remember at one point sitting there by the what used to be an open fire, but now is a belly stove in the kitchen, sitting by a nice wooden chair. My family around the kitchen table talking about our day. And I was just struck with this feeling, you know, that I'm home. And I got a little sad because those feelings are harder to come by these days. But I felt a nice warmth, you know, and a relaxment that this feeling is still there, you know, that it can be gotten back to. And I think this is available to everyone with Irish blood, you know, even though they don't have my memories of growing up in the pre-internet age and the pre-Celtic Tiger age and all that. I still think someone born 10 years ago, you know, if they were given the time to be quiet within themselves, like I had that opportunity, and they just could just be in that lovely environment, that they would recognize, yes, I'm home. I'm somewhere that is recognizable as home. Chris Summers says iterative proximity. Yes. What does that mean? Iterative proximity. That sounds like it means something other than its component words. Refers to a class of algorithms that repeatedly refine the spatial alignment, distance, or structural relationships between data sets. No, I don't think that's what you meant, Chris. Home is where the pet belly stove is, Chris says, laughing emoji. Yes. Dennis Carr says, the good old coal fires, and of course, peat. But not much heat off the peat. I agree. I'm following this page now for 3-4 years. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's a pro peat cutting channel on Facebook, and it repeatedly, you know, just to keep the page alive when there's no news in relation to the right to cut turf, they post pictures of a family fire, you know, a turf fire in a recognizably Irish house. Say, yes, this is what it's about. Do you know what? That's just subsistence fuel, you know. It's not great. I wouldn't run a fire just on turf personally. Zero Ski says, I wish we could return to that pace of life. I think we can, man. Gen Z and as Gen Alpha come online, and I hate to, you know, use those terms, but they're the best I have. They are turning their backs on social media and digital saturation. This is good. This is a good sign, but we need to do some work ourselves. I bought myself an analog clock there back in December. Hung it up on my wall because that's something that's being forgotten. You know, you may have come across headlines lately that school children are incapable of learning how to read a clock face. These are the things that we need to keep alive. Because a clock face isn't just some, you know, outmoded technology, some crude instrument. Clockwork is fucking magic. It's the very nuts and bolts, literally, of machinery and technology. But it also represents the circle of life. This is what we need to return to, the circle and the spiral of time, the day, the week, the month, the year. If we can remind ourselves of that and remind the younger generation of that, then we are in prime position to return to a much more slower and solid state of life. Saoirse said, blowing the bellows on the side of the fireplace, bastable cakes, cooking in a cast iron pot with hot coals on top, homemade butter from next door's farm. And rightly, Zero says, magic, Saoirse. Yep, that's where we want. Ah, God. Now you're killing me, Saoirse. Picking blackberries, gooseberries, and making jam. Dennis Carr. Newspapers over the fire to get it to draw. I know that trick. Yeah, the fireplace. Just, creating that airflow to get it raging. These aren't just nostalgic things, they're practical things. They're important things to life. Without them, we die. Once this system of power cables and fiber optic internet and satellites and stuff, all that goes down, we're going to need those wisdoms fast. Someone needs to teach them.
The Bull Island is seldom out of the news nowadays. Maybe it's because that controversial figure, Captain Bligh, the man involved in the mutiny on the Bounty, took a hand in its coming into existence 150 years ago. He was one of the experts employed when the Bull Wall was being built. So maybe there's a sort of Bligh's curse on the place. The island didn't exist before the wall was built. It just grew up behind it from silt and sand washed in with the currents. Today the island is unique. It's a bird sanctuary of international importance. There's no other city in Europe where wild geese, duck and waders are to be found in the same numbers within the city limits. It's this uniqueness which is the source of the problem. Thousands of people visit the island every year, but not to see the birds. They go there to swim and sunbathe along the 3.5-mile beach. Most of them couldn't tell a wild duck from a racing pigeon. Dublin Corporation have to walk the tightrope between the two competing interests here, the conservationists and the people who want the island developed for more general recreational use. It's the corporation's policy to do all it can to protect the wildlife, but they make no bones about the fact that their first concern is with people. The real trouble began 5 years ago when the corporation set about building a causeway to the island. Up to then, people tended to concentrate near one end of the beach, particularly those without cars. The purpose of the causeway was to open up the island and spread the use of the beach more evenly. To the conservationists, the causeway presents a threat. They say it is causing the mudflats on which the birds feed to silt up. Now trouble again. The corporation are reclaiming an area of swampland beside the causeway. They say it won't affect the feeding grounds. What then do the conservationists fear? I asked Mr. John Temple Lang, Secretary of the Irish Wildfowl Conservancy.
Well, we're afraid of further reclamation. We're afraid of the corporation doing other things without telling us what they're doing, because they haven't been very forthcoming about what they have been planning so far. And we're afraid of the continuance of the effects of the causeway that they already built a couple of years ago.
Is it possible to reconcile the conflicting interests here between the island's role as a sanctuary and its recreational use by the people of Dublin?
Yes, certainly, because the recreational use is primarily in the summer, and in the winter it's used by people who are interested in walking in a wild, unspoilt area. If the corporation want to make the whole area into a boating pool or a formal park, that means the end of the bird sanctuary. But it also means the end of recreational use by people who don't like walking among formal flowerbeds and would rather have a wild area to walk around in.
The question remains, is the Bull Island really for the birds?
That's an interesting retrospective. Um, I remember in my local town kicking up a fuss because, as I mentioned earlier, this whole this grand initiative of building a pathway all around the coast of Ireland, so that one can have an uninterrupted travel by foot or by bicycle, by only crossing the occasional road. Um, this is just an Americanized fantasy. So yeah, okay, let's build a fucking pavement everywhere so that everyone can access it, right? I kicked up a fuss when that plan came to my town, when they built the Riverwalk. Now, I remember only a year before they went into this extensive landscaping project, which is basically what it was. Myself and the girlfriend at the time, we would be climbing through, not overly grown brambles or anything like that, but untamed wildlife. And then on this kind of crude pathway, there was a dip that we had to climb into and then climb out of. And, it was only a few paces wide. And it was only about 6 foot deep. But we were able to get in there, and there was, an area that was, the grass was short because, the occasional horse would come around and eat the grass. And there we could build a little campfire on a nice summer evening and, have a few cans of beer and listen to some music and, relative seclusion. And then it started to be, the brambles and stuff got beaten back, and there was a variety of plant life there that myself and my girlfriend would harvest, not overly, because we didn't want to kill what was there. Some wild plants. We picked some elderflower. They killed one of the elderflower trees because they wanted to build this path, and we're just walking through town one day, and we ran into an old fella. By the way, this project, millions and millions of euro, and the local rich people contributed to it. But this old fella was saying, "Oh, this nun, 80 years old or something, from the convent. She wanted to take a walk down there, and because of this 6 foot dip, she almost like fell and hurt herself, and that's why we need to, landscape it and make a flat concrete path for people to walk. Well, not concrete, but loose gravel path, so everyone can walk on it." And we looked at each other after this fella walked off, and we were thinking, well, why is an 80-year-old fucking nun walking into this wilderness? What the fuck is that person even talking about? But this is the mentality of people, is that everything should be accessible to everyone. But the trade-off is they killed a bunch of fucking indigenous wild plants and at least one elder tree. And now it's just this place for joggers and cyclists and families and shit, which is great, I guess. I mean, they get to enjoy the Riverwalk now, but What is it now? It's manicured fucking shite. And it's the biodiversity was reduced there. And we're told all the time that, oh, we care about biodiversity so much. And you know what? Just months later, we figure out that there's some fucking land developer now that's looking to build nursing home units for old people, and a leisure center and a commercial area. I'm thinking, fuck, have the people of my town been scammed into basically raising the property value of that land for a private interest? Let me see what's going on in the chat. Yeah, still reminiscing on the good old days. I'm glad to see it. But we don't care. It's only a few of us who do. And a lot of the times it's NIMBYism. Anyone with a little bit of effort can figure out my town, where it is, especially after I tell you this. A private entity has been for the last few years now pushing to build a biofuel plant here. And it's not just, one small building. We're talking about a complex right next to the fucking river. And not only will this involve multiple articulated lorries, which, the road structure isn't there to facilitate that. The smoke pile is going to be taller than the steeple of the local church, which, if you're a Catholic, that's a no-no. I'm not Christian, but I love my Christian brothers and sisters. And I'm here to warn you, you don't build something higher than this fucking steeple in your fucking church. That is an affront to God. But people just don't want to live around smog that could, shorten their lives by several years. People don't want to have the smell. People don't want to have the ugly smokestack in their skyline. They don't want the traffic. But then you also have the environmentalists who are rightly saying that this is going to destroy the water quality in the waterbed, not just for this town, but the nature preserve next to it. I'm just going to come out and say it's the burn. Okay, this is going to poison the water table of the burn, decimate the biodiversity there. Several objections have been put into on board Planola, but the way Ireland works, all you have to do is change a few things about your planning application and you can resubmit it. But even that is NIMBYism, not in my backyard. My town is not the only one saying no to a biogas plant. And okay, well, it's important to say that it's really fucking weird that this corporation won't pick another site, which they could easily do. They're intent on putting it right next to where people fucking live and work and play. But even if the said corporation does pick another site that's way out of people's view, that there's not going to be any pushback. Not at least not like my town is giving pushback, and other towns facing this fate are giving a pushback. And we need to kind of get a grip of this, you know? We need to be aware of what exactly is going on in this country, what is being forced down our throats, and not just push back against it when it affects our town, when it affects our front door, but affects the nation at all. This flooding that we saw in the west, in the east of the country, in the Pale. Unforeseen. Not even the independent weather monitors like Carlo Weather on Facebook could have seen this coming. I thought we were in trouble when North America was having this deep freeze. I thought that's bound to affect us here. Well, sure enough, it did. There's two separate problems there. First of all, local councils aren't dredging rivers. People have lost track with the fact that shit builds up in rivers. You need to dredge the rivers so that they don't overflow. I mean, that's just duh, but apparently not anymore. Second of all, you can't just dig up massive amounts of soil and fill it with concrete to build motorways, more roads, and expect everything to be okay. But now that we've kind of lost track of those kind of facts, we are open to this concept of global warming or climate change or whatever they decide to call it today. Oh, so, you know, it's us. We're the ones doing that. Yeah, we are doing it actually, but not because cows are farting or we're using too much electricity or we're driving our cars too much or our cars are too old and the NCT needs to take them off the road. It's because we aren't thinking. There you go, Zero Ski. Too much concrete creating floods because the earth holds water. Who knew? And then when you displace water, it goes up. Yeah, Dennis, you got it. You got it in one. Look at Holland. Zero floods. And they're underwater. That's the whole idea of that country. I mean, you know, they have to take water seriously because it's their perpetual enemy. I need to find a video from CR Videos to go relieve myself. We need to take a break. I don't know if I should be hanging around longer, but you know, the chat is still going and I'd like to facilitate that as much as I can. Oh, wow. Just as I was talking there, CR Vaults uploaded a St. Bridget's Day themed video. That's lovely. Ah, now. Seamus Ennis, the king of the pipers.
Now, I'd like to introduce to you a man who has travelled, like everybody else, through wind and rain and traffic jams to be here this afternoon, but we're particularly glad he made it. a man whom I can only describe as the king of the pipers, Seamus Ennis.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the great welcome. And I propose to start just as the pack of cards starts, or the alphabet, with the ace. An old set dance called the Ace and Deuce of Piping.
The name of Seamus Ennis is one of the best-known names of Irish traditional music. Piper, storyteller, singer and music collector, he was born in County Dublin and has been deeply involved in traditional music since he was a child. In recent years, he hasn't been playing much in public, but in the inclement weather conditions of the 1980 Lisdoonvarna Festival, he received, as always, a warm and enthusiastic welcome.
I was born and reared at Jamestown, on this side of Finglas. There were 6 of us, 3 boys and 3 girls. I'm told that my father used to play the pipes to me in my cradle, and that I wouldn't go to sleep until the pipes were played to me. And also, when I was promoted upstairs to a bedroom from the cradle, I'm told that I insisted on my father coming up and playing me to sleep. And I can remember one night fighting the sleep, staying awake and asking him, calling names of tunes. I had the names of tunes by rote, but wouldn't know one from the other. And I can remember calling him for the Munster Buttermilk, a name that appealed to me. And the next morning I was cursing myself for falling asleep during the Munster Buttermilk. I remember sometime that old pipers used to come visiting. I remember them having piping sessions outside in the sun at the front door. People like, there was a man named Sharkey, and I remember one distinctly, Pat Ward of Drogheda, the man who used to play the double chanter. And I can remember the sound of his double chanter still. It was for all the world like a very sweet concertina. My grandfather was a fiddle player, and my father, I suppose, inherited the interest in music from his father, and he played flute first and then the war pipes and formed the Noel Pipe Band.
Noel, a village in North County Dublin, is where Seamus Ennis now lives. Although it's only 18 miles from Dublin, it's still a small, quiet village. Its river, the Delvin, forms the border between Dublin and Meath. Noel is full of historical associations, the most notable of which is a fine passage grave, similar to those at Nouth and Newgrange. It's over 4,000 years old.
Now that in where we're standing, that's the Black Castle, the ruin of the Black Castle. It's built on the top of the cliff. You can see the depth away below us there. The cliff from which the Noel, for unoil, gets its name.
Well, now, your family lived here for quite a few generations, didn't they?
Yes, 3 or 4 generations. I think my great-grandfather came here. He was a stable boy in Scotland, and he eloped with his master's daughter and her jewellery and bought a farm up here at Knoll. And I am a direct descendant of that couple. My grandfather himself married a Mackin, a lady named Mackin. My uncle Mike was a bachelor who lived to be 94 years of age, I think. And some years before he died, he sold the farm to Joe McNally. And Joe McNally built a new bungalow then on the foundations of the old Ennis house.
Well, now, you grew up in Jamestown.
Jamestown, away south of here, yes, north of Dublin.
But you used to come up here as a child.
Yes, at summer holidays, we always came here, summer holidays. I can remember the harvesting and haymaking, harvesting.
What sort of a place was it then? It's a fairly quiet village now. Was it always that way?
It was always, yes. Always. Sleepy Knoll, they called it then, and they still call it that.
Beautiful. I think what we need to recognize when we listen to the old folks speak, something very Irish, goes back millennia, talking about who's who gave birth to who, and where such a one was from, and when the family home was built. Might seem obvious to some of you out there watching, but some obvious things disappear very fucking quickly when we forget them, when we forget to keep them alive. Hands series. Saoirse keeps referring to me as Morgan. That's it's easy to make, easy mistake to make. We never really announce each other except at the beginning of show, and we don't have labels underneath our names. Maybe that should change in the future. Something magical happened in the chat. The subject of the Dutch came up. Zirowski said, very industrious people, the Dutch. And what was probably only seconds later, Saoirse Aaron said, industrious people, the Dutch. Followed by 0 on the same wavelength. Let's go to Russia. Jokes aside, I've floated. That's okay, Saoirse. I floated a while ago the idea of Irish Town. Okay, we just need 100 people to commit to this project, right? And when I say 100 people, not everyone will be in a position to do that, and other people will change their minds when it finally comes to the crunch. But those who do at the end of when it comes time to do it, will be bringing family and maybe even friends, right? So this is the idea. And it has to be done really quick. We approach the Russian Federation as a people, and we say, we need out of this fucking hellhole that we're in. We need group asylum, and we need our own town. there is lots of, and I hate to talk like this about another person's country because real people do live here. There's a lot of real estate in Ukraine that needs to be filled because a lot of people have died. A lot of people a lot of people moved away and they won't move back. And at the same time, if the place needs rebuilt. So if a certain number of Irish people say, let's, let us have our own little Irish enclave, let us practice our culture, speak our language, and we will gladly be a part of the Russian Federation. I think they would say yes, because it's within Russian history to allow this, They're an empire, you have to remember. Whether they like to call themselves an empire today or not, it is immaterial to the fact that they are an empire. They host multiple ethnicities. It's just that you need to be faithful to the empire. That's all. And they respect all of the various peoples that live there. This goes back to, I think it was Ivan the Terrible, in quotes. He had a town of German people, and they were like basically specialists from Germany who had all the wisdom and expertise of Western Europe, and they helped to build Russia. Similar things throughout the history of Russia have happened, and similar things in all empires have happened. Actually, it's quite a regular thing for different countries to invite several Germans to set up a town in their country. Here, show us how to do this thing, Dennis Carr, BS, Howard, me, Saoirse, and Zero are going skiing on the way to Russia. Yeah, you know what? It's going to get cold. It gets pretty fucking cold. But that's why me personally, once I realized that no one was really biting on this idea of setting up an Irish town in Ukraine, the Ukraine rather, I thought, yeah, you know what? If I go anywhere, if I have to flee and seek asylum from Russia, I'll be living in Rostov on Don. It's very Irish-like climate down there. It's just south of the Donbass, where the Black Sea kind of comes in like that and meets Russian territory. It's Russia's not perfect. I get accused of idealizing Russia, of ignoring its problems. But I know it's corrupt as fuck. But you know what? So is Ireland. It's just corrupt in a more sneaky way. It's corrupt in the way that it just gradually drains the life out of you. Dennis Carr says, I've got an Irish town in Germany. Oh, yeah? That's good to know. You know, we survived. Saoirse sent on a video of Davy Spillane on the pipes. I'll be throwing that up once YouTube fucking loads. Jesus Christ. In order to click a link in the chat, I have to go into the back end of the stream. And it takes a while, you know? It takes a while. I'd like to say thanks to whoever it was that subscribed to the channel over the last 4 hours. That's nice. Thank you. Although I did ask that people do not subscribe to the channel. It doesn't help in any way, shape, or form. The way it works is if you watch a channel once, it's going to suggest that you watch another video from the channel. And if you watch that, then it'll keep suggesting videos from that channel. And it will remember that you liked that channel, you know? But what does happen when you subscribe to a channel is I believe it's a theory, working theory. It raises the soft cap of how many views and likes the channel ought to get in order to remain relevant in the algorithm. Now that's a terrible trap to get into. I don't want like thousands of subscribers and then none of them actually watch anything that I do, because that just means as irrelevant as the anti-broadcast is on YouTube, it's just going to be even more irrelevant. Very well put by who? Zarowski. Hauntingly beautiful. Sure enough, Saoirse. We do hear our ancestors calling. And don't worry, Dennis Carr, I have you covered. It just took a little bit of finding. You know that there's an awful lot of pining for what's real and a lot of frustration that things aren't going the way we want them to go in this country. But as hokey as it sounds, you know, sometimes it all just takes is a fucking song, you know? Like the truth doesn't always conform to logic or what we think of as logic, you know? There's a language of the soul that is unlocked by resonance. You know, I'd like to go back to a comment that I put up on the chat by who now? It'll take a second for me to find it. It's not Dr. Crispy, it's Chris. There we go. Proximity to where those of our families grew up, and us as an iteration of that. Heritage, in other words, I suppose, but more directly connected, so that I thought of iteration. Maybe English is lacking, and I certainly agree that English does have a tendency to not fully express what is needed at certain times. And it's just the way the language is built. It's built for a particular purpose, and it can only serve that purpose. Which is why it's so painful to not speak Irish. Because there's a lot of meaning that can't be truly expressed. However, it can be expressed in song and vision. Like seeing the interior of a old Irish home.
Back from 1992 to 1962, when there was the old classic dance band here. And right from my left now, I'm going to introduce you to, first of all, Willie Carr from Rathmullen. So will you give him, please, a big round of applause? Now, coming out my right is John Doherty, and he's from Cree. John Wallace, who travelled all the way from Bortonport tonight, and I'd like to really thank him for that. John Banker, who travelled from County Mayo, Ballina, County Mayo. And last but not least, my own dad, my father, John Kerr. Would you give him a big round of applause?
strand, all alone in the crowded town. The whole is gay, the way they are grand. My heart is not here at all. It flies far away by night and by day, to the times and the joys that are gone. I never will forget the sweet maiden I've met in the valley near Sleep in the morn. Everybody sing. In the festive morn, by the way, West Strand, and ever my true love does shine. I never will forget the sweet maiden I met. Mein heart is as strong as the day. By night and by day, I ever pray, while lonely my life I float on, to see the flag unroll, my tale of tenfold, in the valley is slain in the morn. In the valley near Sleep in the morn. Sing it. Attention, babe, my countrymen, and hear my native news. Although my song is sorrowful, I hope you'll me excuse. I left my peaceful residence, a foreign land to see. Sure, I bid farewell to Donegal, likewise to Glenstone. No more amongst the sycamore I'll hear the blackbird sing. No more to me the blithe cuckoo will welcome back the spring. No more red flag, those fertile fields, and push the ground of green. On a foreign side, I'm doomed to toil, far away from Glenstone. to reign supreme around Lost Willie shore. Minister never anchor your Irish homes no more. And may the time soon come around when I'll return to the house paddy to live where my forefathers lived and die in Glen Willie. Hip hip! Maybe that'll do it.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's the crack right there. And now transporting back to 2026 in Temple Bar, and the ambulance is still there. When did I first point that out? An hour ago? Dennis Carr says, good old days. How do we get back? Break your heart. At least for me. And I learned lately that this is more about my family than Ireland in general. That there's, a spare few hours where this returns, and it's mainly weddings, funerals, and certain special birthdays. You know? But that's about it. Not to say that, that's not enough, because if there's lack, then it's kind of on us. It's our problem. But it's there. That's my point. It lives still in us. Good night, Saoirse. Nice to have you with us. And I'm glad that you enjoyed the show. Thank you for all your support. You're a fucking star. And before that, Saoirse said, see how the women would just dance with each other? Nothing thought of it. Yeah. No, you still get that. You still get that. Don't worry, it's not dead. But it's asleep enough to make you wonder whether it will come back at all. And I share in your pain. I know what it's like. And I hope as you do that it will return, because it's us. It's who we are. And we would like to see that come back. You know what? I think I made a decision. How about, a provisional decision about how the show is going to go forward without Morgan going forward. Look, I'm going to come back every Wednesday and Saturday. I'm going to keep the schedule. I don't know how long, how late things are going to go. There will be the occasional day that I will be called into work. And it's not that I prefer money over what we do here together. It's just that I'm in the middle of hedging things. It's time to get the skates on in certain regards. So if work comes in, I will have to take the odd day off of doing the show. But I want to be a stable presence here. If you guys want to, just come here to chat and be with each other in a safe environment, that will come with the proviso that I might not have a fully formed presentation every week, every time. You know, because I just operate on a completely different clock than how we've been going for the past year on the Anti broadcast. That's nobody's fault. It's nobody's detriment. That's just me. But when I come with the goods, I will come with the goods. That's the way it's going to go. So consider this a safe space to meet like minds, to see the world a little differently. And that's the way this show is going to go going forward. Unless, myself and Morgan change our minds in the next months ahead or in the next few years ahead. I don't know how it's going to go. Morgan is going off to do his own channel over there on Auditing Ireland, and I will implore you all to go follow Auditing Ireland. Actually, let me bring that up on the screen, because it was just decided that it's best to do it this way for both of us, for our own individual reasons. Why is his channel not coming up on search? Because YouTube is a dick. You type in the full channel name, and it doesn't show it. I want to give you guys. I want you guys to give Morgan a follow over on his channel if you haven't already. He'll be doing things, similar to how we did things together, but in his own, in his own format on his own channel. And we figured that that's the best way to go. Is we're more effective separate, but together. It was just a strategic decision on both our parts, and I hope that you can support Morgan. But the fact is that the anti-broadcast that you've come to know over the last 10 months, yeah, is it? Yeah, 10 months. It's not to be. That's not who I am, and it's not what I'm capable of producing. But I hope that you would like what is to come. And with that said, thank you, Zero Ski, for subscribing to Auditing Ireland. With that said, I would like you to head on over to antibroadcast.com. Once again, I'll tell you that you may be watching this on YouTube. We have 2 viewers on kick.com. We would like more viewers on kick.com, kick.com. It's a brilliant platform, and when and if we are kicked off of YouTube, you'll find us there. You'll also find us on rumble.com, although we don't have a whole lot of faith in that. You'll also find our social media links. Follow us there if you want to stay in contact, because we need multiple redundancies when it comes to staying in contact. And that's the way to do it. Follow us everywhere. Subscribe to us everywhere. You also have the buymeacoffee.com link if you want to throw a few quid in our cup. The arrangement about that is for the next 5 years, any revenue that comes into the Anti-Broadcast YouTube channel will be shared with Morgan going forward, because that is the number of years that he put in to the Anti-Broadcast project. So I hope to... thank you. I forget my name, 4643. That's a cool name. But that's the amount of time that he's put into our project. We broadcast together for 5 years or so before we came to YouTube, and it's been a wild ride, and I'll always love Morgan. We're still great friends, so if anyone gets it twisted. I saw a comment in response to his post on the channel about leaving the show, that life's too short. If it's a spat, get over it. And he did make sure to point out that no, there isn't a spat, and I will reiterate here: there's no spat. We're good friends. We chat daily, and nothing will tear us apart. So thank you if anyone out there is concerned about that. It's very well appreciated. We are just finding a different form, a form that suits the both of us better. And with that, I will bid you adieu and a good night. Dennis wants my address so that he can post me something. Contact, if you can, Saoirse. She has my address. Or alternatively, what you can do is join our Discord server. I forgot to mention that. Although the link to the Discord server is probably dead on antibroadcast.com, so don't click that one. I will give you a link to our chat room, and you can contact me via that, and I will give you my address, no problem. Good night, Zeroski, or Zero, however you like to be known. 1 second there, I'll get the link to the Discord, because I'm not giving out my address on a public platform. I'm sorry. I'd set up a PO box, but those things are fucking expensive, man. The on post really fucking takes the piss there. It's just going to take a second for this to load up, and here we are. 1 second, I'll get that link, drop it in the chat, because we have, it's not an active community really, but the odd time there's a good chat going on in there. Okay, Zeroski would prefer Zero. Okay. I know, yeah, your name is probably a joke. I get it. Dennis Carr, you don't know how to use... You know what? Just click the link, sign up. It's very easy. You don't have to download the app or anything like that. You can use it on your browser. And with that said, Good night, everyone. Yes, you do. Sadly, you do. Look, there's no shortcuts here, you know. Yeah, Dr. Crispy will pick it up. And you know what? It's probably one of the hardest apps to get used to because it's for like really young people. But if Morgan can use Discord, then you can use Discord. I'll put it like that. Even Saoirse can do it. Dr. Crispy. Oh, you're so mean. Oh wow, Jesus Christ! There's fucking ambulance and there's Gardaí on the street and like, what's going on here? Saturdays are more wild than sorry, Sundays are more wild than Saturdays. Jesus Christ. All right. So with that said, I'll leave you with our signature. Ah, Dinny, you are here. Good job, man. Good job. Good job. You made it. Yeah, you were told that was a super easy sign up, and they were proven right. Where is that song now? Okay, here is a ancient Celtic chanted or sung devotional song, you know, from back when before the Catholic Church colonized us through the arm of the English. Good night, folks.
Ta